Hi. Oh, I'm not even in front of the table. I will fix that. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I'm late. I fell asleep. Hi, Zon. Good afternoon. I always have an alarm right before stream. I have a vague memory of turning it off and being like, I've got time. Oh, big mistakes. Hello. Just like that. I'm magically back in position. Hello. I literally just woke up, so I'm gonna be a parrot for a minute. Coffee helps. Yeah, it is unfortunately hot as heck out here. What was it? I went out to get groceries at just after 9. And you know what's scary when all the freezers in the grocery store, like all the glass is fogged up from major condensation because the store just opened and they didn't have the air conditioning going. I'm like, what is it here? 29 Celsius? Yeah, that would do it. Heat warning. Basically, the entire province. Goody. Yep. I feel that, Zon. Let's see. So... Leaving for a work conference in an hour? Oh no, you got one of those? Is this another one where you have to go on a trip for? Apparently I turned you guys off. I turned chat off. I decided chat would not exist, apparently. Sunday to Thursday, managed to back at 1 a.m. Oh my god. Standard practice, huh? Alright, I'm not much better of a packer myself. Ugh, yeah. High of 34 Celsius today. Yikes. Tomorrow's gonna have a high of 35. Tuesday is a high of 32. And then, like, things start dropping as we move into July. God, I have to go outside tomorrow because we have a student starting at the apothecary. And because I'm the only other person that works at that location, I have to be there to get them settled. Ew, I don't wanna. You always end up waiting till last minute because most of the things you bring, you use regularly. Yeah, I've been there. Skincare, shower stuff, your phone, your iPad, game consoles. My curtains are sliding down the wall. I just looked over and I was like, hold on. have like a tension rod rather than like one of like the screw-in ones, and I just happened to look over. I'm like, oh, that's kind of lower than usual. I'll leave that there for now, because if I try and fix it, that's a whole endeavor. I gotta get the step ladder, blah, blah, blah. You might miss Prince of Tennis. Oh, no! Understandable. For better or worse, this is gonna be the last Prince of Tennis session for a little bit, because then we're gonna take a break and, watch Pop Team Epic, and then we'll figure out whether or not we're gonna go back to Prince of Tennis or do another series. Where there's a will, there's a way, I suppose. Trying to figure out the best way to go about doing watch-along stuff, because I mean, people vote, but the people who vote are never people who show up. So it's like, if you're not gonna come unless the show you want gets voted in, is there really a point in doing voting? Like, that's fair. You don't want to watch something you're not interested in, but it's like, then what's the point in hanging out with the community? I don't know, that's just me. I'm willing to give most things a try. You just like being able to hang out and watch anything as a group? Yeah, I get you. I know. We the same, and that's why I was like, there's nothing wrong with like, nah, I don't want to. Whatever's on doesn't interest me. I don't want to hang out. I'm like, that's fine. Please don't vote then. It's just one of those things. It's like, oh, yay. I'm like, yay, we got 10 votes. And then, you know, it's just the usual game. It's like, God damn it, people. It's like, at least show up if your show wins. It's just funny the way it works out. I'm like, okay. It's like, congratulations, you won. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, speaking of which, I think it's still gonna be calculating though. I'm like, before we get rolling, I can see if we won preliminaries of United Fight. We probably did. Congratulations. Yeah, we qualified. Woohoo! Assigned to B tier. Oh, beautiful. For one, I love the new horde mode where you fight the 30 dudes one after the other, because it actually did feel like suffering. I did actually have to like bounce between farming and fighting another enemy to keep my sanity. I'm like, here you go, Percival and Co. Just fight 30 of these guys. I'll see you in 5 minutes and we'll do it all over again. And of course, the top 3 crews are the same people. It's always been. Man. Meanwhile, my crew is number 13,801. Damn, couldn't we have at least gotten an even 800? Whatever. Gonna plug in. Headphones plugged in. I'm gonna tweet because I haven't done that. Sorry, people, I fell asleep. The weather be weathering. It's funny because, yeah, I go outside. I've got a baseball cap on, you know, to hide my ears, like Inuyasha. And then I've got an umbrella because it's sticking hot. And the umbrella helps keep the sun off you. Like, yes, I know I probably look strange and crazy. It's fine. It's fine, probably. Maybe. Not really. Who cares, though? People will judge no matter what. Man, it's already June 22nd. Where has the year gone? I remember hearing a theory at some point that the reason time goes so much faster when you're older is because you have more experience, and since you've experienced more things seem to go faster because everything tends to be not new and exciting. And plus, you know, you've lived longer, so each day is just like a smaller fraction of your life as opposed to a child. Like, interesting. Sorry, I looked over at the What's Happening tab in Twitter, and so we've got baseball, Love Island USA, Awkwars, you know, the Love Live group, politics, like the war. And then it's like all like war stuff. I'm like, of course, just randomly snuck in there. Like, what's going on with Aquas? What's going on with Aqua today? All right, UMINEKO. Now that I am more or less awake. Give the game a second to decide if it wants to show up or not, because it's always like that. Or do we gotta do Windows capture? Maybe. Nope, there it is. You can never tell with this. You can never tell. Where am I? Where am I? I just cleaned up all my sources. Now I gotta clean them again. Hello. Alrighty. Let me get sound for you guys. Oh. We'll bring it down just a smidge. Alright. This is the end, question mark, of chapter 1. Bigger question mark. Like I said last time, everyone is what's the word I'm looking for? They're holing up in Grandpa's study to avoid the killer / Beatrice. And since there's only 8 of them left, and they're all going into one room to try and survive until the morning, I don't think the story could go on for much longer. But I could be wrong. You never know with these visual novels. These crazy people. All right. I know the game is set in October, but with the seagulls yapping away, it sure does feel like summer. Where? Ah, there we are. Open sesame! Here we go! Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. Yay for stinky, stinky, stinky potions. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. Now, wouldn't that be something? Hi, Zexu! Welcome in! You're right on time, because I fell asleep anyway. I hope you're doing well. It's the summer, you know what happens. You sit down for a bit and the heat overwhelms you and you honk shoo me. You're okay, just sleepy? Understandable. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. What's melting your head, though? What's the smell? When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain. And now, the auto lock. The 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure the room was secure, checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room. But we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet/bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. So you can wash your hands after using the toilet/bathroom section. You see, the study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. Seeing Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. Yeah, it's always funny to go read or like stuff set in like the 1930s, 40s, whatever, because they talk about it's like why would you get TV? That's such a waste of time when we have the radio. It's like, wow, you know, back in the day. And same thing with our parents now. It's like, why do you use the internet? You have TV. Can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. I mean, there's probably books. You can read the books. Come on. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the end again. Even though the checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end, was never completed. Kinzo-san, it seems you weren't able to see this match through after all. Dr. Nanjo. I was Kinzo-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him. I believe 2 Kinzos existed. A wise one, and one trapped by some madness. I never understood anything about him. Especially when it came to Beatrice-sama. It seemed like his personality changed. In the direction of Kumasawa's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. Damn, he's got 2 of them. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to grandfather in the first place? Right now, you could have just explained it away by saying it was a story made up by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the woods. While eating the canned food we brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Excuse me. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. Whether there were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in the portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her. That's right. Mom, you picked up the culprit's letter in Aunt Ava's room, right? Yes. I still haven't opened it. Let's give it a try. Aunt Natsuhi took out that Western envelope. Genji pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. Because we can't open a letter with our bare hands like, cretins. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There's a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. And Natsuhi also seemed to realize that. So she glanced over the contents first, without reading it aloud. We were all a little frightened that she might grimace before reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily. What does it say? There is one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us. Natsuhi, after deciding the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time. Praise my name. What the hell? That's annoying. It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it. I'll bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up. It wasn't a magic circle, but my expectations haven't been betrayed. What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tote her own existence. That seems reasonable. With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what's written here. Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used. Ooh. I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushinomiya family. Going by last night's letter, grandfather is claiming to be Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together. Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except grandfather. Could you tell us? For a long time, I've purposefully avoided this topic. But now that it's come to this, I can no longer do so. Genji, tell us everything you know. Genji didn't answer. Did he remain silent, despite his knowledge? Or did he know nothing at all? The ghost story of the witch Beatrice has long been deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. Grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him. He might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So, there was only one reason for Genji to remain silent. He could speak. But it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut. It wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, but that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. Was she father's concubine? That's the word you're gonna go with, huh? Instead of like lover or like anything like that, just straight up concubine. His concubine. That's not a word you hear used in like modern like settings. That could possible. Yeah, not in this century. Absolutely not. Nowadays, you would just straight up say like his lover or something like that. And in this situation, everyone knows you're not talking about grandmother. Like, for ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. It's also an unmaintainable financial situation, but that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother. Maybe when grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty sure of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always figured she meant a witch that grandfather had imagined up, but now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 27, so that's 1952. That means this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with father since at least 30 years ago. Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? Hidden child seems pretty likely. Because in these situations, the child is always made to like stay hidden in like the mansion wherever the lover is holed up, and like they're not allowed to leave. And that always breeds like some crazy resentment. You see, this is starting to sound like your standard Western mansion mystery. It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept. What do you say, Genji? I believe the master was indeed in love. Those feelings were certainly stronger than what he felt for his late wife. Who is this person called Beatrice? And what's she doing now? Oh, that's an ominous silence. I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. he's already dead? Yes, the master was deeply stricken by grief. And he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her. Well, that's fucked up. Imagine having a rival and the rival is a ghost. Like, damn. You're never gonna win against that. The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart. It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. As Genji said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Like, he was straight up obsessed for, 30 years, 40 years? We were at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, but it's really hard to imagine why someone might be enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushinomiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago. The master only told me about Beatrice-sama's story once, when he was very drunk, although I have forgotten the details. It was a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous. When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushinomiya family, his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders. So, he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushinomiya family? That is correct. Kinzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family, had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility. I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met Beatrice. Guess it'd be rude to say more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research, and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. Could it help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice? got it all wrong, Genji-san. What do you mean by that? I always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you'd gotten brainwashed by grandfather and his creepy black magic stuff. But that's not how it was, right? Had they been soothing grandfather's tortured heart, acting as though Beatrice's soul had at least been restored? And existed inside this mansion? Though Genji-san closed his eyes, wearing the expression of one remembering the distant past, he said nothing further. He probably felt that making such a confession would be the worst sort of betrayal against his one and only master, even though the master he served was already dead. Beatrice had revived as a witch and existed in this mansion even now. Genji had said this, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would follow through with that decision to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of that witch, the mysterious tale of Raukenjima that was still whispered amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions. Now, I finally understand how much that must have wounded him. Right now, I can understand very well. If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic, I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching. Aniki. Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled. Beatrice has said it. Very soon, she will be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time. Did she say that? The Beatrice who gave you the letter? You don't believe, do you? If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be happy. I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived. In that case, I believe, if grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved and spending the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too. Battler. When you love a single woman for so long, the people around you catch on to it, and it becomes the truth. Maybe you could say you're just being polite for the sake of your feelings. But right here, now, I'd like to call that magic. It isn't just being polite. It really is magic. She's a witch. Hee hee hee. It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed as we listened to the sound of the rain. We considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room, as he spent half of his life here. If you ask me as a woman, and while I'd like to be understanding of father's feelings of true love, it did leave mother in an awkward position. Huh. Yeah, I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The key word of Beatrice had been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers. No, I have not heard of anything like that. If there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection. Good morning, Ranger. How are you? I saw you had fun at the escape room. Since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe you should assume there was no such child. You're sick? Oh no! You got trapped in a room with germs. Rest in peace. I hope you feel better soon. Come to think of it, it reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? The story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuin House? Enough of that. This is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. Tell us, Aunt Natsuhi. I think even you would agree that this is no time to hide things from each other. It's a worthless story. Father made a massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants at the head family to give them some on-the-job experience. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby. For a while, some even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. How am I doing? Pretty good. I fell asleep, so we started stream late. But other than that, I'm good. I went outside, decided that is a horrible idea. And he really is doing some weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I half believed it myself. And these servants who came from the Fukuin house are? There are several of them. But Shannon and Kanon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices? After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon or Kanon-kun. I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby. Jessica! Mind your words. And then after he scolded her, the atmosphere instantly soured and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices. Brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hi, Dracon. Welcome in. I'm good. We started late because I fell asleep. But it's all good. How was United Fight for you? Hope I rested well. I did. I went outside to get groceries and clearly my body is like, we need to recover from that. We're never doing that again. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, which must have been drawn by the same famous painter, was still as intimidating in the smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Ah! Sacrifices. Here. What the hell, Battler? You're creeping me out. 6 sacrifices. They literally all forgot about this. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything had been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning. And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn. No, where the Hebrew was written and mentioned the offering of sacrifices. Ugh. I've been saying that from the beginning. That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Ugh. The culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic. After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. Art, hello! It sure does. We've been reading through it quickly. There'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5? 13 people who must die. Prelims went well, got into A tier. Excellent! My crew got into B, which is pretty standard for us. How many people are normally on this island? It changes it depending on the shifts of the certificates, but there's father, my husband, Jessica, and me. and 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday, there were 5 of them. But there aren't normally that many. Which means that normally, there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony. No, wait, there's the rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices. So what does this mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Is it now the only time of year this ceremony could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes, when your luck is down and you get bored, you roll the dice and get 3 sixes. You want to believe it's important. Some miracle. And flipping a sandal, you at worst you have at worst a 50-50 chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that it's a small miracle. Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then, feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate. The magic that grandfather was trying to perform was probably something like that. But he randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery. So, to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony. Ridiculous! Are you saying that this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre black magic? Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed and mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung that charm from the inside of my door, I couldn't get through it. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something like that was not human. Had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible! But Natsuki-san, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Could this be talking about Ava-sama and Hideyoshi-sama? Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a lecture there. That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. The third twilight was just like Aunt Natsuhi just read. On the third night, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Oniki's parents were killed with the demon's ice pick gouged into their heads. But they were the second twilight. Someone else must have been gouged in the head, grandfather. That's grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead... No, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight? Then Kanunkan was... On the fifth twilight, gouged the chest and killed. We thought Kanunkan's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprits, but that was wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest. The culprit has followed the epitaph thus far. Does that mean 3 people still have to die? On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yes, you could read it that way. Ugh. Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the ninth twilight. Take a look. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. We're all going to be killed by Beatrice. I don't get it. What did that mean? Everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what? It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. Which shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived, even if he died partway through the ceremony? Ridiculous! That's insane! When you die, it's over, right? Dead don't come back to life. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished? So is this what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored? If what you're saying now is right, would that mean that grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing suicide? No, a massive forced group suicide? Genji? Is such a thing possible? I don't know. The master is a man who sometimes had the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself. Okay, should we take that for a yes? I would say that's a yes. Rose, like, none of you are the offspring of my beloved Beatrice, so you should die. What do you say, Kumasawa-san? I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off. What's your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. I feel the same as Genji-san. Kenzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Even, I don't know what Kenzo-san was thinking when he wrote that. All we can say is that even if Father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked Grandfather and Kanon-kun. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think that deeply about. What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushida Omiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold Grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, Grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant Grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with Grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying Grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of the letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and Grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, Grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. Look! Another letter from Beatrice. What? Huh? What did you say? That is insane. Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there. So what? What? And Natsuki let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table. That sound that plays in the OST is inhuman. That shit is the most terrifying thing I have ever heard. Because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there an envelope on the table? What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that come from? Just now, I looked and it was lying there. Ugh. I don't know anything! This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some night person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Get back, all of you! Back against the wall! And Natsuki was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same. But a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Natsuki had. Till just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table, and nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there. During the few seconds, everyone was still looking away. Rattler-kun, open the envelope and read what's inside. Sure! I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized this was yet another, unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter from inside. Hi, the music sure do be vibing. The contents were as follows. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? As you all are probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory. Yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. Just twitch. Oh no! Yeah, I didn't see anything, but yes, no, the sound design in this game is great. Like I said a few seconds ago, that weird scream-ish noise that happened when Natsuki noticed the extra envelope, like that shit is the most inhuman and terrifying thing I've ever heard. And as a content creator, I'm like, I want to know how they did that. Because I have never heard that scream in anything. The way they play with the wind too, yeah! See, this is why I love visual novels. When you only have very limited visual ways to tell the story, sound becomes critical. And it also gives you more ability to experiment. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter there. Oh, and it's building up! It's building up! They time the music and the sound effects to roughly reading speed. Because I mean, a lot of people will just play visual novels on auto. So you can time music to text that way. However, I have been able to narrow the list of suspects. It's you all! Down. That's just too horrible. Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George, Kun, and Battler were already in front of the portrait. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait before. Beatrice is here. Ugh. The art Beatrice. Beatrice exists. Maria's gonna get shot. Silence! I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you, but without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit. But that's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Kanun-kun was killed, yeah, that could be explained if Kurosawa-san was the one who did it. The truth is that Kurosawa-san entered the boiler room with Kanun-kun and killed him. And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there. You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that? It's idea how my parents were killed in that closed room. But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. Only ones who did it were the servants. But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them? Yeah, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set this letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did. Just blame Maria. Just blame Maria. Will's been pulling letters and shit out of that bag all day. Natsuhi-san? Please? Calm yourself? A lot has happened today. Like, when I say blame Maria, I don't think she might be directly the culprit. But she's the easiest person to blame is what I'm saying, because like she wants this all to be true so badly. She's the only one with the motive. Like out of the people left, she's the only one with the motive to want all of this to happen. Because she was promised by Beatrice that she would reunite with her mother and she would finally get to meet her father and he would be nice. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now. Oh, don't say you understand. You should say, I can only imagine. If you say you understand, you might trigger the person. Because you can never fully understand how another person feels. However, you are father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You have been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nando frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would have. Yeah, what anyone would give if they were suspected. Kurosawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicion of Kurosawa murdering Kana, Kurosawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. And Natsuki pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, your grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to grandfather with you as the performer? suspecting me, you recognize me as Master's greatest servant, then I count it as a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. What the hell? Bro drank the Kool-Aid. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. Do you expect us to just accept that? You must be the ring leader. Maybe Kubasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. Testing some more. Looks like Twitch and browser is wonking out. Oh no, stupid Twitch. Thank you for cheering 100 bits. Just a test. And Maria-chan too. Bits work at least. Yeah, the bits are working at least. Not content to suspect just their adults, and Natsuki pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine, even if she was shot. Maria-chan, by this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. But for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone's had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter? Ugh. Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. Who gave you the letter? How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around. See? She's right there. Beatrice is. Don't mess with us, Maria! Enough, Jessica! Maria, too, don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly. I don't understand. Who do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own. When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her. Silence! I don't want to label you as a culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making this situation unpleasant and you are providing assistance to the enemy. I mean, Natsuki's not wrong either. Rhea does have a point. And Beatrice is like their scapegoat, but I mean, Girl is not helping. Then, what will you do? Shoot me? I don't mind. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Won't it be funny if that doesn't happen? And Maria gets proven wrong? Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't keep her with us. But, Natsuki, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow. They're scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return. So you mustn't shoot. How can you say so calm? One of these four is the culprit. No, maybe all four have been working together. You stay so calm. Even I have a desire to find the culprit and kill them. That would be simple barbism. I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law. How suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. I feel the same as Georgianiki. And Nasuhi, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like these, I hear you shouldn't tilt your head back. I hear you should tilt your head back and say, stay cool 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rokinjima. Not in the Ushinomiya mansion. I declare it as Ushinomiya Nasuhi, representative of the Ushinomiya family. There's no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my duty as a mother and representative to the family. Those words, the final words of farewell, settled everything. Oh boy. To protect her daughter, Natsuki would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san and Kurosawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right. They're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Could I raise the volume? Sure. Unfortunately, the sound design in this game is fantastic, but the volume's a little all over the place, so I keep bringing it up and down. And Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words. But with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Oh, my mic? Damn. It's been a long time since anyone told me to change my mic volume. Fair enough. Hopefully that's okay. We'll find out. Like you said, game volume is pretty dynamic. Very true. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever. Calm yourself, Natsuhi-san. Still, I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange, repeated incidents. So I understand well why you want to suspect us. If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand, just this once. Very well. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? If that is what you wish, by all means. I don't want to. After that that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right? I don't want to, madame. Please forgive me. It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the criminal. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kano-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I don't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuki and the rest were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuki from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san. It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. We believe that Beatrice exists, so it'll definitely be okay. I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV. Looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Maria is so freaking creepy. At some point, I want to check out the anime. Because I was looking it up, and Maria is voiced by Yui Horie, who's like a voice actor I like and know well, but I know her most famously as Toru from Fruits Basket, so I'm like, I gotta hear how she did this. I gotta hear how she voiced the crazy child. Battler is Daisuke Ono, which is also a really well-known voice actor, like super well-known. Well then, Natsuhi-san, that will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yes, please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands. Certainly. It can't be helped, can it? They always say the most frightening bears are those with their children. Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria-chan too. Please forgive your cold aunt. Oh, I forgive you. Oh, crazy, madame. The keys to this room. I will hand both over to you. Genji pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi. And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, Those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face. Genji, I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. To treat you like this makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. I have already received the master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that. Please, do not worry over it. Well then, shall we, everyone? Good night to you all. Ooh, good night. Good night to you too, Battler. Ooh. Maria? Wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out the scorpion keychain. This repels magic, right? Wear it. Did you say you dropped it? Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost it. There's no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that. Well then, everyone, good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then, we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought that there was only one. Oh, Battler, you always sign letters. If there's no signature, there has to be a part 2. Come on. Oh. Ain't that nice? There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn here was a magic circle, written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until now had been different, this magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and small triangle were fit together in a simple design. No, that's the Triforce, you silly goose. Give me 1 sec, though. I'm gonna run and refill my cup. We're in the middle of a heat wave here, and I'm already sweating from sitting in front of all of this technology. So I want to make sure I actually stay hydrated. So give me 1 sec to run to the kitchen, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Does that mean Ganondorf is the culprit? Wouldn't that be something, huh? Like UMINEKO, welcome back. Thank you. I think UMINEKO takes place before The Legend of Zelda happened. But obviously, The Legend of, like, UMINEKO was made after The Legend of Zelda, so we've got a fun little, yes, we've got a fun little paradox. Also, wasn't it the Satsuma clan crest that inspired the Triforce? If I'm remembering right. Because there is a shape very similar in Japanese history to the Triforce. Hang on. Oh, it's not the Satsuma then. What is it? Because smart, thank you. Clan. Looks like it's the Hojo, that's it. I'll show you guys. Because yes, every time I see historical anime or like something like that, I see this clan symbol, I'm like I know it's the Triforce that's inspired by it. But it's funny, Sengoku Basara, a lot of other stuff as well. I think the Hojos are also mentioned in, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, have I watched Sengoku Basara? Of course I have. That's how I know about Asamune Date. And so when Date gets mentioned in Persona 5 Scramble, I was like, ha! Like, I know you. It's like, I know you. There we go. They have it blue in this, but there are images of it where it is black and white instead. So, yeah, that is just straight up the Triforce. And it is also straight up what's in the magic circle. Where does UMINEKO fall on the Zelda timeline again? Great question. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't remember if there's any living people of the Hojo clan left to, you know, dispute using their clan symbol. So at this point, it would have been like, you know, just whatever. Beatrice is probably Hyrule royalty because blonde. You've got a good point there. Alright, the Hojo clan was a Japanese samurai's family who controlled the hereditary title of Shikken, regent of the Kamakura shogunate between 1203 and 1333. We're known for fostering Zen Buddhism and for leading the successful opposition to the Mongol invasions of Japan. You mean It's the Triforce is the reason Genghis Khan didn't take over Japan. It's canon IRL. Oh my god. Later Hojo clan, a clan that took on the name Hojo for the convenience of ruling over the Kanto region, despite having no direct connections to the Kamakura Hojo. God damn. When you just pick up a name. Oh! Interesting. It says the later Hojo clan are extant, which I believe means, if I'm remembering right, with adopting, still existing. Yeah, so people from the later Hojo clan are still around, technically. Like, they can't call themselves the Hojo clan anymore because that system was abolished. But apparently there are still people from that family around. Just not the Kamakura Hojo family, which were the ones that were around in 1203. Bean Clan when? We're already a clan. What are you talking about? What would our clan logo be, though? I'm guessing something like the shape of my hair clip or something. I don't know. 3, 4 triangles? Like the hair clip and then the ears means 3 triangles? Coincidentally, the triangle is used in alchemy to mean fire. I learned that because of Promare, the movie. Hair clip is a good base. Excellent. Yeah, the Hojo clan's logo symbol was the inspiration for the Legend of Triforce's Legend of Zelda's Triforce logo. Literally, not even inspiration, just a straight up knockoff. Could throw some planetary symbols in there? You're right. We could use those around the edge. Interesting. We've got some options. We've got some options. But yeah, we've got the Triforce here, or, you know, the Hojo clan symbol, whichever one. Flag planting stream, yes. So when we conquer our own uninhabited island, we have something to plant. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it had some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what it could be, but we had chased out Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. Time to boot up MSN page. Let's go! It's good to have because I can put that stuff on merch too. Because since I'm like using a pre-designed like model, like you can't actually make direct merch of the design. So having, you know, things be roundabout moonbeams is a good way to get around that. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it! After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? Crazy! Title drop, When the Seagulls Cry. But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject the naivety. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on their offensive this time? Is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait. When is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything. With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. Even as she said that, Aunt Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least, not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Ta-da! I was like, I'm waiting for it. It's 10 p.m. Uh-oh. It's almost midnight. The witching hour is nearly upon us. Uh-oh. Oh, indeed. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocents among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another. The worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsuhi faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window. Or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuhi, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica liked Kanon-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. That's so sad! It must have been so terrible. So sad. Come to think of it, Kanon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. The narrator is beating us up right now. They sure are. They're just kicking our asses right now. Thanks. Like, we didn't need to be reminded that this is all just an enormous tragedy. Thank you. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd research the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up in here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key. Some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible. Aren't you tired, Battler-kun? Should take a rest while someone else stays awake. And Natsuhi said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping. Then you sleep first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy. You mean that magic circle just now? Yeah. We've got plenty of time to kill. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it. Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird. Don't worry. I've been certified by Maria. She said I've got no spiritual talent at all. Were we too cruel to Maria? Jessica, you mustn't think that now. But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved, and there's a culprit besides her, then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. If she's killed because of this, then we've just left her to die. The gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Always acting tough and regretting it later. I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit. And she might have been siding with them, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters. I am relieved that we chased them out. I mean, that's the thing, right? Even if Maria isn't directly the culprit, because she believes in Beatrice so strongly, like, if Beatrice showed up and she's like, "Hi, it's me, let me in," Maria would totally do it. Like, so in that respect, Maria is a liability. It just feels really bad to be that distrusting of, like, you know, a 9-year-old. But there are some fucked up, like, preteens out there. Like, you have heard stories of, like, you know, young children killing other young children and stuff without fully, grasping the consequences because you're too young for that, but... The lady never puts the pew-pew down? Yeah. I mean, when you don't know who you can trust, putting down, your only weapon of self-defense would be very difficult. So I can understand in that respect. I'm just like, damn, it gets bad then? Yeah. That's pretty harsh, Natsuhi. Couldn't it just have been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief. That's the thing, right? Because way back when Rosa was still alive and she was beating Maria for going ooh, we were all like, that's insane. That's overdone. I can't believe I can understand kids bullying her for that, but still. And then we find out about her other personality, like the other side to her. And I'm like, no, that's why she's getting bullied. It's got nothing to do with the ooh. It's because she's freaking out the other kids. And or, like, that Maria with the second personality, she would straight up tell one of the other girls in class that she was gonna die if she did that. With zero remorse. Maybe a mix of both? Probably a mix of both, yeah. Because that's the thing, right? Oh, yeah, never mind, yeah. Because a lot of kids do get into some supernatural stuff at some point, like horoscopes and magic charms and stuff like that. I remember a girl in elementary school crying because there were these jelly bracelets, and someone had spread this rumor that if a guy broke your bracelet, you had to sleep with them. We were in the 4th grade, by the way. And I was like, no, you don't. And they're like, well, they broke the bracelet. I'm like, yeah, okay. Why do you have to listen to what they say? Yeah. Some people were... Even as a kid, I was like, clearly some boy made this up. Or like some girl made this up to like bully other girls she didn't like. That's pretty messed up. Oh yeah, welcome to the 90s, when kids had way too much time on their hands. I mean, kids still get bullied with all of that stuff anyway, but having no other outlet definitely didn't help with that stuff. Because I remember having one as well, and like, because I was heavily bullied by my other classmates, the boys were kept threatening to snap it, and I'm like, fine. I just held out my wrist. I'm like, do it. It's like, I'm like, and if you break it, are you actually gonna try? Are you actually gonna do it? And they never did. So I'm like, yeah, you're freaking. It's like, you've got nothing to you. Sit the frick down. Kids, it was one of those things where it's like I was definitely bullied because I was way too sensitive and kind of eccentric, but also because I refused to go along with whatever the other kids did. Because even as a young kid, I thought the stuff they were doing was stupid. I was an independent thinker in a tiny little town, so of course, you know, the nail that sticks out gets smacked down is the saying. Because, yeah, at some point I tried to go along with whatever trends, and they would still, like, pick on me and stuff like that. And at some point I was like, you know what? If I try and copy them, they just get pissed and call me a copycat and tell me to stop. If I do what I want, they call me, like, weird or whatever, and still pick on me. I'm like, so which one's more fun for me? Copying them or doing my own thing? So I just did my own thing. We might actually be alter universe selves for sure. A lot of kids with similar personalities have similar stories. It sucks, but it's why we all get along. And I'm like, whatever, man. Because I know some people got really upset when anime started getting mainstream, because it's like, I was bullied for that. I'm like, unfortunately, if the kids decided they were going to bully you, that might have only been one reason. They're always going to go for the one that's weird. So if you were the weird one for because you liked anime, that's why. If they decided you were still weird for other reasons, it wouldn't have mattered that you all liked Attack on Titan. Because kids are cruel, unfortunately. So yeah, in Maria's case, it's like she could have made friends, because a lot of girls do get into magic stuff. But it's the fact she took it so far, and she's been so creepy about it. Because, I mean, you see in anime all the time, like, you know, it's like in horror anime, the girls who decided to play, like, Kokuri-san, which is, like, always some variant of, like, a Ouija board kind of thing. Like, they always, like, end up summoning a spirit or whatever, so lots of girls get into stuff like that. Tried bullying you about being Chinese and you're not? Oh, God. Yeah. You tried correcting him. I probably would have been in the same boat, I understand. Some kids, they're just looking for a reason to single people out for being different or weird or trying to assert their own position in whatever hierarchy. And I was like, yeah, whatever. It was easy enough to do back in those days, because it was the 90s, and, like, we did have rudimentary emails and stuff like that, but we didn't use it the way people use social media nowadays. So I would be like, yeah, whatever. I just have to put up with you guys for 7 hours a day. And then I can go home and pretend you don't exist. Whatever. And one time, I remember because some of the bullies did live close by, and they ended up circling around my house, and I'm like, y'all are pretty bold. Because I was out here scooping up after my dog. I'm like, you're really gonna antagonize me when I've got a handful of dog poop on me. And my dad's like 6 feet behind me. You're really gonna try. I remember distinctly being like, get out of here or I'm gonna throw like the rotten dog poop at you. They're like, what? I'm like, you heard me. This shit's been out here for days. Get out of here. I'm like, congratulations. You found out where I live. You've seen me outside of school. Get out of here. They weren't ready for shit to hit the fan? Definitely not, no. Or their faces. That's the thing, right? Like, sure, sometimes I would get upset from the bullying, but like I never actually gave them proper satisfaction, because it's like, yeah, you gave, like, sure, I got upsetty, whatever. And sometimes they really tried. You don't like people? Yeah, it takes all kinds for better or worse, for sure. But it's fine. Because, I mean, their lives must have been absolute garbage to come after me that bad. And it was my whole... what's the word I'm looking for? And it was very indicative of my own personality, where I was like, you know what? I can take this. I can handle it. So if they keep coming after me, and that means no one else has to go through this, whatever, that's fine. The Shiro Emiya solution. That's partially why I like Shiro so much. I'm like, yeah, I can fully relate to you, where it's like, I should be the only one that has to go through bad stuff. Doing well now anyways, you always deserved better. Ah, thank you. Don't worry, it has fortunately all worked out. I'll achieve what I deserve. Ah, thank you. It's all good. Like I said before, I started streaming because I wanted to create a place for people, because I got because I got a lot of support through VTubing communities during COVID and stuff. So I wanted to pay that feeling forward. So so every time you guys say this is my comfort space or whatever, I'm like, you guys have made up for everything, so don't worry about it. could feel a tragic determination in Natsuki's words. Yeah, we've derailed. Time to go back to the sad. We're having too many feelings. I could feel a tragic determination in Natsuki's words to protect her own daughter. She had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. I and many others feel the same way. Absolutely. Maybe the real Beatrice were the friends we made along the way. No way. We were just talking about One Piece the other day. And how we were like, Oda's really going to put his body through it. Hopefully he makes it to the end. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin. I think the reason Maria-chan adores witches and magic so much. Ironically, I remember Oda saying at one point that One Piece is a tangible thing. He's been taken over by the spirit of Monkey D. Luffy. My friends use that against me to say it's not gonna be a power of friendship thing. But I said it would be a mirror to see the friend. But see, here's the thing. Just because One Piece in itself is a tangible thing doesn't mean Luffy is gonna get it, right? So his Luffy's personal treasure might be the friends he made along the way. Yeah, nah, I got you, Art. I know where you're going with this. I think you're right. Because there's a whole bunch of other pirates going after the treasure. So it could be Luffy gets it. But that's never fully been his thing. His goal has always been the adventure of being a pirate like Shanks. He's never been after the treasure itself. To him, being a pirate is a means to an end. Being the pirate is the means, like the end itself. Was it a fan of the art style? That's understandable. It is pretty simple, and I mean, nowadays, some of the artwork is like... The body proportions are like... Nami, please eat a sandwich. I think the reason Maria adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa. Aunt Rosa? What does she have to do with this? Did you realize it too, Battler-kun? Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip. Talking about Rosa's son's family has been kind of a taboo in the Ushiromiya family.
I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying. But I also believe Maria-chan might have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. Remarrying would imply being married in the first place. And I mean, you can still run away, but you know, legally, you can't get remarried if you're already married. Because both parties have to agree to a divorce, especially in a patriarchal country like Japan. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria-chan. I agree with you there. Or she was widowed? Yeah, that is another possibility. Being a single mother and trying to date is hard enough in Western society, where this was a little more accepted, even back in like the 90s, 80s. In Japan, they are still really horrible about that stuff. So I can imagine how hard it would be for Rosa. Because even if she found someone willing to marry her, even though she's got a 9-year-old, they probably would have been looking at it from a financial perspective. Being like, well, yeah, I can deal with this, like, noisy, stupid kid because I'm gonna be, like, really filthy rich. And if that's the reason why Maria's first husband, used her for the money and then fled, I can see why she'd be, like, really reluctant to trust anyone again. I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying really hard to like Maria, which means that she did really like her. Yeah, that's the roughest, scariest part. That's something that always, made me anxious about having children, is what if you really can't stand them as a person? Because kids can pick up on that stuff. And I'm like, I'm so introverted and finicky. I'm like, what if I absolutely detest this child and I ruin their lives because they can tell I can't stand them? Not her fault, but Maria's a constant reminder too. Yeah, and it would be even worse if Maria showed some personality that was close to her father's, even though, like, she never knew him. And plus, parents tend to see their kids in a slightly different light. Like, I look very, very much like Mama Melis. Like, growing up, people used to be like, Mama Melis, did you clone yourself? Because, like, little Dee Dee looks exactly like you. Like, I would just look like a mini version of her. But Mom would always argue that, like, yeah, I look similar, but that's not the case. Because she would say, my nose, my mouth, and my chin were exactly my dad's. And my dad could never see it either. But then I finally saw pictures of... Because my dad was adopted, right? But he's been reconnected with his family. So I saw photos of my actual biological paternal grandmother. And I was like... I showed the picture to Iduna. I'm like, does the lower half of her face look exactly like mine? And she's like, yeah. So my mom was right. So yeah, even if people are like, oh, Maria looks exactly like you, Rosa. Rosa could probably look at her and go, no. This is her father's, this is her father's, this is her father's. She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying. I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. Man! This is a rough subject, too. Because people just... Parents, single mothers, whatever, single fathers deserve to be happy. But I always kind of respected what Mama Melis for being like, if anything happened to your father, I would never date or remarry. Because you hear so much bad stuff happening when people remarry. And, you know, and she's like, I have a child now, and it's my responsibility to make sure you safely become an adult. She's like, I would have plenty of time to date in whatever after you grow up. And, you know, I was like, when I was little, I felt that feeling like I was weighing her down somehow. But now that I'm grown up, and like, yeah, I have friends who have gone through horrible stuff because of mixed families, I'm like, you know what? I really respect my mother's like full-on commitment to being a mother. Buddy is a single father. He's living well, but there's some stuff he just can't do. Oof, yeah, that's hard. Like, being a single parent regardless is tricky, but being a single dad can be especially difficult. Because some people get so weird about single dads doing stuff. And, like, that's because, you know, in most societies, it's supposed to be the mom. So, like, you know, the idea that a mom might, like, leave her husband and child behind is, like, unheard of. So there's always some stigma. It's like, there's no way this is actually a good dad. He must have done something. So I feel really bad for single dads in that way. It gets really hard for them. Woman in the friend group had to help her daughter. Oh, oof, yeah, that's hard. That is indeed hard. Because, yeah, you try your best, but definitely there's some stuff where it's a struggle. So she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Did you know? To Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach, she showed us her notebook. Yeah, it was full of all these fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. To Maria, witches are basically magical girls. Absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. I mean, technically, yep. And if I remember correctly, a lot, like, magical girls themselves as an anime genre started off as witches, like, way back in the 60s. Like, there was, like, what, Sally the Witch or something like that? Was, like, the first quote-unquote magical girl anime. Either that, or it was like Tezuka's like magical ribbon, or like magical night, or whatever it was. And yes, technically witches are magical girls, but witches in themselves usually have a negative connotation. They're usually the villains, so... get what you mean. Baba Yaga looking happy-go-lucky with the same lore. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams. Talking about magical girls and witches, I keep thinking about Pretty Cure because there are a couple seasons of Pretty Cure where it's like, literally it's about going to a magic school, like for witches, and so their magical girl outfits look more like a witch's costume. And I'm like, Maria would have loved that. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic, and who made everyone happy. Maria felt the sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had she sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday, a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she had believed that as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Rokenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy. Now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my heart. Throwing out Maria-chan, no, Genji-chan. Genji-chan? Genji-san and the rest was probably the worst thing to do, I think. It wasn't pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now. Then how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us. I made sure of that with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how was that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people? That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. I thought we were at the end. Oh no, we are not. That's why I said, like, is it the end? Question mark? Because I'm like, we're down to, 8 people. And it's all supposed to end tonight. So it's like, in theory, we're close to the end. But I'm like, but these things could go on and on and on. Getting even more rising action? Yeah, you do have to keep in mind the format in which Ryukishi tells the When They Cry stories. Because he splits, I think, now in his modern stories he doesn't do this. But in his older ones he would split everything up into question arcs and then answer arcs. So technically, each chapter / game in a question arc will end without getting an answer. So even though we're getting rising action, there's not gonna be like, cause the story format is you get the rising action and then things fall off as it concludes, right? We're not gonna get that in this chapter because that's covered in the answer arcs. So technically this is all just gonna reach a peak and then end. And we're gonna be left here going, what? That's how these work. So yeah, even though we're getting rising action, it could just stop at any time. Like, the next line could be, and then the mansion exploded. And that's it. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious, but there's like 6? Yes. There's like 4 question arcs, 4 answer arcs, I think. So like, yeah. But yeah, considering Beatrice said, oh yeah, like it ends tonight, one way or the other, and the time they showed us is just before midnight, when all the other murders occurred, I'm like, we're inching closer to whatever's gonna happen, so. How long it takes for Beatrice to get her last 4 sacrifices, that's another matter, but it's all useless. It's all useless. Useless? What is? Right. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around. Hey, another $1 in the bank account. Y'all thought I was done with that gag? No. We're gonna buy out the Ushinomiya family one day with all of the Moonbeam savings. If she gets them, true. Though, considering it sounds like there's only 2 ways for these stories to end, either everyone dies or they solve the epitaph, I guess we'll have to see. Wait, it's patented? I made a joke last UMINEKO stream that every time they talk about spinning the chessboard around, you had to put $1 in a savings account. As like an alternative to the whole like, oh, take a shot whenever such and such character says this. Because we have moonbeams that don't drink. So last time, we got $6 into the savings account from Battler spinning the chessboard around. So that's why I'm like, you thought it was over? No, more money in the bank account. I actually did put money in my savings account because I'm like, why not? This is a funny gag and it's making me save money, so it can't be a bad thing. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird? That's right. Win-win? Absolutely. Was it setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? You're right. That's weird. If they were going to do that, you'd think they'd, put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from the outside. They were just trying to freak everyone inside the room out. Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspicious if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room. Yeah, that's it exactly. If the culprit was one of those 4, setting that letter in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless. But, putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there, if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who was outside the room, then they had a lot to gain from that letter. Enough, Battler-kun. It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. Natsuhi quickly guessed what I was getting at. No. Maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue. If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord. The culprit used some tactic to lure him out, and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door. But she could induce someone to leave of their own accord. Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely. And sent out some new potential sacrifices. Genji and the rest aren't fools. Yeah, whoopsie doodle. We made a boo-boo. They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Aunt Nasuhi answered the question. Aunt Nasuhi herself had realized that if the culprit was in our group back then, a letter would make sense as a trap. However, was it worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out? Because God forbid you admit you made a mistake. Got to say, have I been feeling better? You sound pretty good now. Yeah, for the most part. I do have the occasional cough and sneeze, but for the most part, it's much better. Yeah, I've been sleeping quite a bit. I've been going to bed early, so I think my body is fighting off whatever remnants there are. But it's not enough to keep me from like going about my daily life. I do need to clean the kitchen though. Good grief, there's stuff everywhere. Phlegm is usually the last to go. True. Yeah, the kitchen's a mess. Like the recycling and stuff have been piling up because I haven't had a chance to like run outside and get rid of it. Plus, like, it's hot, so it's like, God, I don't want to go outside anyway. But yeah, I went to the kitchen just now to refill my cup, and I'm like, good God, all these boxes? All these bottles? But that's okay. I usually do cleaning in between the end of Sunday stream and when we do the watch along. So I'll try and do some tidying later. Yeah, I have like that 5-minute rule. It's like spend 5 minutes, like pick a room and spend 5 minutes like cleaning it every day. And you know, it helps a lot. To Aunt Nasuhi right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, few sacrifices were unavoidable. That's a great system. Yeah! I have it in my daily app that like you use to what's the word I'm looking for? Like use for self-care and stuff. It's one of my daily to-dos. Like put one thing back in its place that isn't where it's supposed to be, and then like, you know, spend 5 minutes cleaning up. And then I try and make it so there's no dishes left in the sink at the end of the day, but especially since I haven't been feeling well, I've been really slacking, which is how, you know, the kitchen got so out of hand. Am I yoink that app? It's called Finch. Iduna has been using it, and she really liked it, so she recommended it to me, because I was talking about having a hard time, connecting with myself to know when I'm getting overwhelmed and I should stop. And she's like, this is the one I use. Because every time you open the app, it checks in with you. And you have to, like, you know, rate how you're feeling out of, like, 1 to 5. So it's that one. It's pretty cute. You raise up like a baby bird. Gato's getting along with birds in this new era. I mean, I love Narissa Ravencroft of Hollow Live EN, and she's a bird, so. I knew you'd say that! Ah! I've been attacked. Oh no, I've been found out. I don't talk about Narissa as much as I do Aora and Furamoko. Shots fired. Hey, Aunt Natsuhi. Let me say something a little harsh, okay? At that time, what if by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you? Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened. But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter, no matter what. Oh, Gigi! Yeah! I haven't watched her yet, because usually I don't get into, like, you know, the VTubers that have the gremlin energy. But everyone has really positive things to say about her. Like the other Hollow girls talking about her. And she just came out recently saying she's ace or arrow, didn't she? So, you know, she's for the LGBTs. Well, yeah! Never mind, GG time, right? I figured. I think so, yeah. It was, like, in the middle of a stream. And, like, generally people don't make a big deal when VTubers say that stuff unless, you know, it's, like, it's part of some big announcement. Because people try and be respectful. The Repo collab? Oh, God, yeah, that would do it. It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened. I found it. She said she's ace. Nice! Representation! Yeah, one of my Oshi in Niji Sanji, he hasn't said he's ace or arrow, but considering the fact that, like, he never talks about romance or sussy stuff, kind of, like, everyone kind of headcanons that he's ace. His name's Shu Yamino. And even if he isn't, he was like, you know what? This isn't my content. I'm just here to be a silly clown. More power to her. Yeah. Platonic life partner. Yes, exactly. Because even if you're ace or arrow, you can still have someone that you love very, very much, and you want to spend your life with them, kind of thing. Like that, and that is totally valid. Because, yeah, because at some point my ex tried to use that she thought she was Arrow as, like, a reason to break up with me. And I was like, we could be platonic life partners, that's fine. Like, you being Arrow doesn't change that I like you and like spending time with you. So if that's what you want, sure. But if you just generally don't want to be in any kind of relationship with me, then, like, say it. Yeah, because, like, she was like... Because I knew she was questioning about being Arrow before we even started dating. So that's why I told her, like, listen, and, like, she's autistic as well, so I knew I had to be extremely blunt. I'm like, look, I like you romantically, but you don't have to like me back. If you just want to be friends, I totally understand, but I would be happy to pursue a relationship with you if you feel like you want to try. Like, I left the ball in her court, and so she's the one who asked me out. Which is why when she suddenly was, like, backtracking, I was like, damn it, that sucks, because I left this for you to figure out. But then, yeah, last time I checked on her, she had a girlfriend, and I was like, yeah, okay, so it was just me. You just didn't like me, fair enough, but ow. I'm like, damn, you could have just told me you didn't like me that way. She could have also just realized after the fact that that's what it was. There's no way to judge. There's no way to judge her for that. So I was like, damn, thanks. Aw, it's okay. That's rough, yeah. This was like 4 years ago at this point, so... I was gonna say something silly and snarky about all this, but it left me just as fast. Do you gotta say, like, your bluntness? Thank you, Zom. And yes, sometimes for better or worse, you just gotta be blunt about stuff. Love to play games with the blunt truth ends up hurting less. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Like, in this case, it's like, a relationship is gonna hurt either way. And I remember because, like, my ex went to Iduna, and she's like, I felt so bad. Like, you know, Diana's crying. She's like, what do I do? And Iduna's like, you either do nothing or you take back what you said. And, like, you keep the relationship going. Like, there's only 2 solutions to this. That's one of your best qualities, how to be blunt in the right way. Aw, thank you. Honesty to a fault. Aw, thank you. Much appreciated. No worries. This was like 4 years ago, so it's like I'm mostly over it, but then, like, yeah, sometimes I'm like, Damn, girl, I'm still mad about that. Because we were in a long-distance relationship, and she lives in the U.S., so every time something goes crazy in the U.S., I'm like, bet you wish you stayed with me now. It's been 5 years, you could have already immigrated to Canada at this point. The little flash of oil in the pan. Exactly. There was the monkey from the closet. Brutal. Yeah. I have my moments where I'm like, I'm gonna be petty for a moment. Okay, that's over. Moving on. Your first full year not being in a relationship since the start of high school. All moonbeams are popular. Facts. And I mean, that's fair. Sometimes when you're in a relationship all the time, you don't have a chance to really understand yourself and stuff. Like, I kind of empathized with Iduna's partner, because they've been dating since high school, and as soon as he finished school and he was ready to move out of his he finished college and he was ready to move out of his parents' house, Iduna was immediately looking for an apartment for them to live together in. And he's like, I don't want to say no because that would really, really hurt her. But I also kind of just wanted to live a year on my own because I've never gotten to do that. Because he lived at home when he went to like college and stuff like that. And I'm like, ooh, yeah, that's kind of a tough situation. Yeah, there's no really great end to relationships, for better or worse. So I get it. Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. It's not like I'm condemning that, but, I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has. Aww, Badler. They could feel like they don't like living alone, for sure. Well, and like you like living alone, and then there's living alone and you're the only living creature in that abode with you. Because like for about a month after I moved down on my own, I didn't have Pep and Mogu with me. Because I adopted Pep and Mogu, my cats, while I was living with my parents. And just because of the timing of when I had to come down here to start working for the apothecary, I wasn't going to be able to go pick them up from my parents' place for about a month or so. Between, like, having to sleep on Iduna's couch for a couple weeks until, like, you know, my apartment was ready and stuff like that. And, like, just that month being on my own without, like, any living creature, I'm like, holy shit, this place is too quiet, it's too lonely, it's too big. And then, yeah, once I had the 2 cats, I'm like, now this place feels too small, but it's much nicer. Like, just having another breathing creature there with you helps a lot. You know it's... Yeah. Anytime I'm slacking on chores, I'm like, man. Because, like, I rent out a second room to students. So, like, sometimes I have roomie-chan, sometimes I don't. It depends if anyone decides they want to rent the room for the school year. So it's like, when I don't have a roomie-chan, I'm like, this is all my fault. Yeah, your love language is acts of service, which is great. It's a nice love language to have, I think. Because, I mean, the number one thing I often hear people say about in relationships is, like, they're like, I wish my partner would help out more. And by help out more, I don't mean me telling them to do something. Like, they see the dishes are piling up and they just do the dishes kind of thing. So that works greatly in your favor if you decide you want to pursue like a platonic life partner or something like that. Just wanting to do chores to help out is like a big plus in your favor in the eyes of most people. And if nothing else, makes you a great roommate. That's right. You've been dealing with these incidents since morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure. If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. So, I think we still have to thank you. Thank you. So, what you two are trying to say is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too? I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her, and yet a few things happened. We got a little confused. I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Mom, please, let's stay together with Maria. No, everyone. There was no culprit among us. Among us! The culprit in this case is the witch Beatrice. Okay? And Nasuhi closed her eyes for the short while. Among us! Among us! There's it's like a Batsu parody song that I posted in the Discord last night by a VTuber I follow. And one of the lines in the song is like something about being a Fall Guy. And I'm like, Fall Guys mentioned! And I don't even play Fall Guys. It's just fun when that stuff gets mentioned. Hello, hello! Hi, Ranger! Welcome back! Did you fall asleep? Did you eat? Hello. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again? Or was she thinking of something? I passed out and just woke up. Understandable. That's the DD stream experience. You are my precious daughter. The one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. Whoa! 12 years of trying to have kids. Man. I told you? Oh! Maybe I didn't see it. I'm sorry then. But yeah, man, 12 years of trying to conceive, that's rough. Most people, like, just straight up give up within, like, 5 years. And then, like, you know, go through, like, some sterilization procedure to be extra sure. Damn. How we doing, though? Good! We've been reading the visual novel, but also going off on slight tangents about relationships, child rearing, psychology, bullying, all that stuff. So, you know, the usual DD shenanigans. And pets! I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. Psychology and nobody woke me up? Sorry. Next time I'll try yelling, your name and maybe you'll sense the force shifting, like, you'll sense the force shifting and you'll wake up from your slumber. A bit of a violent sleeper? Uh-oh. It's a chill part of the store with lots of introspection. It's so true. There was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized version of what a mother should be. Was I wrong to send a 5-year-old out into the murder mansion? 9-year-old, but yeah, essentially. She's got the emotional maturity of a 5-year-old, so close enough. You do wake up to Ranger, though? Interesting. How long do I feel like going for, though? I've still got energy. So probably at least until 5, we'll see. We'll see how I end up feeling. In a perfect world, it would be nice to finish this chapter of the game because you can tell we're like barreling towards the end. But as with many visual novels, it's like, is it the end? Who knows? They called a ranger and you woke up? Amazing. He's got like a doggo's hearing. She realized very well that her words were an idealized version of what a mother should be, but even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. Since you were in middle school? Oh, that would do it, yeah. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day that we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. It's like my second name. Yeah. Sometimes when you have those kinds of names for a long time, it can really throw things off when you hear it used like in other contexts. Because, like, I've had a lot of online friends, so yeah, sometimes you get to know them by their nickname. And then you hear their, like, legal name, and you're like, that's weird. Like, just to use as an example off the top of my head, like, I know Zahn's real name. Because Spooky doesn't call him Zahn, she uses his real name. And every time I'm like, it like throws me for a loop. Because I've always called Zahn as Zahn. To me, suddenly switching to his actual name would be weird. But I'm like, almost call Zahn his real name once in a while. Real name Zahn. And Zahn's been like, either or is fine. It's just, yeah. I had already known Zahn Arc. Hi, Zahn. I wasn't sure if you were still lurking because you said you had to go on a trip. But yeah, it's like, when you know someone as like an internet handle for so long, then you hear the legal name, it's like, what? It's like, hold on here. Z-Arc! Oh my god, he's a Gundam. I just don't refer to myself by it here to try and encourage the privacy guidelines of the community. Fair enough. Fair enough. Appreciated. But sometimes I wonder if people who know each other IRL but are very active in chat accidentally call each other by screen names. Oh my god. I do know what you mean, though. Because I've known Iduna for 15 years. So obviously, we know each other's IRL names. And like, what was it? I've definitely nearly called her Iduna IRL because I'm so used to saying that more often than her IRL name. And I'm like, what? I've almost signed official documents IRL as Jambola. Oh my god, yeah. And same thing, I'm so used to being referred to as Dee or Diana now that when people call me by the legal name, I'm like, oh shit, that's me. Does it help when there's other people in the apothecary who have the same name as me? So I'm like, oh wait, you mean me? You almost put your Twitch name on it, oh no! Yeah. It happens. Because, yeah, especially if you've always known a VTuber friend by their, like, you know, like, screen name, knowing their IRL name, it's like, what? Like, if one day if Spooky tells me her government name, I'd be like, your name's not Spooky? It's like, I know your name's not Spooky, but like, what? Some people just don't like their real names. Like, Iduna, changed what her legal IRL name is because she didn't identify with it. Sometimes it happens. Mama Melis changed her first name, too. It's not nice when 80% of the world is named the same thing. Fair. There it is. I found it. It's this magic circle. Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle. Almost named Benjamin. Oh gosh. Yes. I was nearly Caitlin. And I always liked the name Caitlin, so I wouldn't have minded. But every person I've ever told that to, they were like, yeah, you don't seem like a Caitlin. I'm like, really? Kate is cute, right? I was almost Mario. No way! My voice does at least? Yay! Thanks for saying that. I have been. Oh my god, what's the word I'm looking for? Vindicated, that's it. A Kate, perhaps. Yeah, that kind of makes... Yeah, Kate, Katie, those would have probably worked. It's funny, Jambola, that you said you were almost Mario, because I legitimately have... I haven't seen him in like 2 decades, but I have an uncle named Luigi. He was just Uncle Louie, though. But when I found out he was, his real name was Luigi, I'm like, oh, I didn't know people were actually named that. I only know the Mario character. Nice. And I'm sure I became his favorite niece at that point. Sarcasm. You could, though. You could. I mean, the way some people test out, new names is they start using it in communities to see if they like hearing people say it. every time I hear Artem, I just think of the Tales of Thamus character. He's like the head lawyer that like the protagonist works under. George Aniki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the Third Magic Circle of Mars. They've been using a lot of magic circles of Mars. And demi-romantic, let's go! This is true rep for you? I'm glad. One sec, I gotta blow my nose. Your full government name is Ranger X360? Fair enough. But yeah, good grief. They've been using a lot of magic circles from Mars, considering, you know, Mars is the planet associated with war and, like, stuff like that. That's probably not a good thing. Like, magic circles aren't my field of expertise. But I'm like, this is probably not good. Yeah, because it's like, you know, the red planet, right? So there's like that association with blood. Plus, you know, the Roman god of war was named Mars, so... The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? You gots to go? Okay, Art, take care. Always appreciate your wisdom very much. Thank you. That's nice to hear. It's always nice to have you guys here, and I love sharing advice, so that's great to hear. Hope you have a safe and wonderful rest of your day. The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Ooh. Yeah, so they put the magic circle here to spread internal strife amongst the group. So it succeeded. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. They have messaging apps. It's always funny that it's called Discord, because literally it's like, Discord is not supposed to be, technically it's not a good word. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. So this letter was a trap? How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right? Anyway, let's ignore how they got it in here for now. The culprit was after just one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsuki remained unpleasantly silent, even if this was a trap by the culprit. Even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we'd chased out. If we were willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room, no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. I thought the phone lines were busted. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had run right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then, Aunt Natsuhi spoke. Why a phone call? The phone should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't matter. That's Maria calling for help. The problem with the phone is the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is, probably. With that one sentence, the lure, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. And Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. Let's pick it up. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest. That's right. And if it is actually a call from the culprit, bring it on! Why don't we listen to what they've got to say? It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you, unless they hypnotize you. If you don't pick it up, then I will. I will take it. And just to leave y'all guys hanging, I will be right back. I really gotta go to the bathroom. Hold tight, guys! I just didn't want to leave while there was like the phone sound ringing. Moshi 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 mosh! Moshi moshi, starting its car. Hello? I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuki grabbed it before I could. Welcome back, thank you. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Natsuki kept saying hello. A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means, could this phone call possibly really be... Natsuki stopped repeating hello and strained her ears. Because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Is someone sinning? Well, that's creepy. What do you mean, sinning? I don't know. Faintly, from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone sinning. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsuki's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything. But because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. It sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. Oh shit, Maria was the witch all along. At the very least, the one who made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet, they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call. Who was it? Hey! Hello? Who is it? Answer me! Is this Maria singing? Answer me! What's happening? What is it? I don't know. probably a trap, and Maria's in trouble. And Natsuki took the receiver again, and after shouting into it several more times, she hung up, realizing that she wasn't getting anywhere. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsuki's reaction, the telephone line still didn't connect. Let's go! Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, definitely. Jessica and Natsuki, stay here. When Anaki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsuki stopped us. Hold it. I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. Jessica, wait here. What, so I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm going to. Yeah, it might be better that way. The goal of that phone call was to split us up further. It wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's all go. And Natsuki raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. A 3-pronged candle standing ready to... Yeah! Gonna skewer the Lumiere for Beauty and the Beast. Although the pins on and used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. He's doing his best. Then, the 4 of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. Maria! Where are you? Answer me! I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast. The passing typhoon was making its last stand. The sound of the rain was even noisier than before. Maria-chan said you want to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings. Yeah. Someone should be walking backwards to watch your backs. The correct formation is a cross shape. And everyone moves in unison. Backs together. Yeah, there we go. You guys got it. We moved in a group. Our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It's just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up, furthermore, had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Did they say what the cause of deaths have been? Not directly. Like, we don't know what exactly killed the first 6 sacrifices, just that their heads were more or less smashed in. And then Kanon-kun got stabbed in the chest by, like, this spiral dagger thing. And Hideyoshi and Ava got stabbed in the forehead by the same sort of dagger. That's all they've said so far. And Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. I mean, probably. So keeping an eye out for ambushes is a good call. Yup. I mean, because that's why last time we streamed, I was making jokes about Beatrice being like a server to the Fate universe, and she's like an archer or like lancer, because like, you know, these daggers be like flying through like tiny gaps and hitting their targets and stuff like that. Like Kanon was trying to attack Beatrice, and Beatrice just like threw the frickin' knife and hit him in the chest. Like, because they were like, how did Hideyoshi and Ava die when like the door could only be open 10 centimeters? I'm like, servant, archer class. But the rifle in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. You know, I've been thinking. Thinking's not good. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest, like in Kanun-kun's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy. You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength? They probably had some sort of weapon, a device that could shoot or pound in those ice picks. I was right! She's an archer! She's got a crossbow! We're cooked. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by a human strength alone. Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull. I heard Kanonkan's wound reached as far as his lungs. Ooh, ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I mean, if the lungs got punctured, there's not much you can do. Happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? Again, crossbow. But even then, you usually need a good deal of strength to armor crossbow. Because, I mean, they're slightly easier to use than a traditional bow and arrow. But usually, like, there's a tool you can use to help you pull the string back on a crossbow, from my understanding, but you're still setting, like, a heavy mechanism. And could I do anything to combat it with just the candlestick in my hand? No. It's not effortless, correct. So yeah, they have no reason to really be afraid of Aunt Natsuhi's rifle. Because technically they have a gun of their own. It's just a rifle. Or like depending on the type of gun, you can shoot more quicker than someone with a crossbow who can only shoot like, you know, one at a time before having to reload generally. But depending on the type of rifle, it might only shoot 2 shells at once, in which case, same issue. Whoever shoots first wins in this case. Assuming Natsuhi has perfect aim. And manages to have perfect aim when taken by surprise. Because the culprit has the advantage, it can just wait for them. First murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our participants at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. You know, the crossbow would also probably explain A, everyone's heads being like destroyed, and B, how they got rid of 6 adults at once. Because, I mean, yeah, first person goes down, you've got a moment of surprise to reload. You get rid of the people who could physically overpower you first. And then, I mean, yeah, like, the likelihood of someone being able to get to you and take the crossbow away from you is quite low. And there were 4 of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George Anki, Jessica, and of course, Aunt Natsuhi. Stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. Ah, what have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. That's a lot of time, though, per person. Yeah. There's always the chance, too, that after taking out the 2 men, the culprit was able to, the culprit was able to basically get Rosa and Kirie to, like, basically walk and, like, to another place and, like, you know, execute them or something. Or get them to help drag the bodies under threat. There's a possibility. Because, I mean, Rosa literally said goodbye to Maria before all of this, and Rudolph himself was convinced he was gonna die tonight. So someone somewhere had a very, very good idea that they were gonna be the ones killed that night. And it's like, is that because of the inheritance thing or because of the epitaph and they knew someone was planning something and they were ready for it? There's a lot of options. Finally reached the first floor, because, yeah. Goda was by himself in the lounge, like the service room, so literally just opened the door, bang, he's done. That's one less person, because no one else was in the mansion once Ava and Hideyoshi left. And Shannon, assuming they got rid of Shannon early too. Because if there's no one left to call for help, then the only hope of escape Kirie and Rosa would have, assuming they survived the initial attack, was getting outside and trying to run away in the dark. But yeah, eventually we'll find out how it all panned out. I'm just throwing theories around. We finally reached the first floor. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly or threaten the kids. True, that's also a possibility. Since they went after Natsuki and couldn't get in, at least some of the plan was improvised. Likely Shannon being the extra person in that situation. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony. And she'd been ordered to. Only one way to find out, yup. So yeah, our girl is singing Beatrice's praise. Great. The song she sang was a common folk song. One that everyone had probably sung at school at some time or another. But why that in the middle of the night alone with all her heart over and over? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices asking Maria where she was, but this time no one even said a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings. To the point of being completely high-strung, we stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed. But we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. And Natsuki put her hand on the handle of the doorknob when George Aniki stopped her. I'll open the door. And Natsuki, Battler-kun, ready your weapons. Yeah, the candlestick! Understood. Take care. might attack as soon as we open it. Dun, 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 dun. George? Nissan? Watch yourselves. Sure. Oh, here we go. Then I'll open it. Huh? We tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. And Nazuhi took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. This whole time, we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. That had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. It's open. Thank you. George Gunn? Jessica? Move behind me. Natsuhi? Let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center. I agree. Ready? I really wish I could say no! I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candlestick. One in the shoulder, protagonist, go! And Natsuhi and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. Yeah, I mean, I was expecting Maria to be singing amongst like a sea of corpses. But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. The place where we'd spent almost the entire day. Where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice. Had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo. Their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because, that's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pod pies, all squished up. Ah! That wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji's stomach. Dr. Nanjo's thigh, no, his knee? That's right, of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the sixth twilight was the stomach. And on the seventh twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Bachan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. That's right! The sixth twilight gouged the stomach and killed. gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th Twilight, gouge the leg and kill. My favorite track? Nice. It's a good one. Now even the 8th Twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th Twilight. Was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room, just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed. And the phone receiver which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that, and Maria, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare shocked with our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we have found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it. They couldn't say it. After all, because that's right, even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be. Maria, stop sinning! Are you listening? At some point, Nazuki and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice. But there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still ready, I ran up to her and forcefully, no, violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Whoa! Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was still just like normal. Maria, what is this? Who did it? Beatrice. Cut that crap! Holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart, but Maria's expression didn't change at all. Put it back, or pun. Maria-chan, this time, you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these 3. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter? Oh, Beatrice. Well, in that case, it's certain. There was a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Then, Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these 3 people? What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way? I don't know. How could you not know? It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in sinning that you didn't notice? Calm down. Maria-chan, talk to me, okay? George Aniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly. Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing? Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. So did Beatrice come here? Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then? Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door. He locked when we got here. But then, how did Beatrice get into the parlor? Oh! Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came in through the crack in the door. Huh? Probably joking at a time like this? Like hell that happened. What are you saying? Can't believe it. That's why I didn't want to say it. No matter how I say it, you won't believe. But Beatrice is a witch. Can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care if the door is locked or not. And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone? Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force and she couldn't enter, no matter what she did. So she told us she'd selected 3 sacrifices for the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said no way. Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way, no way! But Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said, I'll be fine. Why do you think? It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars, the one Battler used to pray for my safety, the one he put his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me and me alone. So she decided to use the other 3. After that, Beatrice spoke. Come, face the wall and sing a song for me. We will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear. You won't hear, you won't know. Come sing lots of fun songs for me. So I was singing the whole time, over and over. So I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything. And all of you came. Ugh. Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? Gonna try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now, 8th Twilight is over and Beatrice will revive! Are you serious? I've had enough of this talk! As if witches could exist, as if I let myself get tricked! I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. Definitely won't accept it. I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that. Quit it, Battler. It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. She did. She did let them die. She was unable to resist? Incorrect! Maria wanted to listen to Beatrice. Because remember, she had the 5th magic circle of Mars on her. Magic is nullified. Maria didn't have to listen to a damn thing Beatrice said. She could have left the room, ran back to the study and begged for help, but she didn't. Because she wanted to listen to Beatrice. She wants everyone dead so they can all go to the Golden Land. Huh? Aunt Natsuhi? She isn't here! Huh? What? Mom? Where did she go? Just now, she left by herself, reading a letter. Thanks, Maria, for saying that! Jesus. My girl! You're killing us! Truly, you are killing us! Maria! A letter? That's right. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They must have left a letter so they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well armed as she was, why has she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Excuse me, Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Mom! Mom! What's going on? Open up! Open up! It was only natural. Nausicaa had picked up the candle stand which Bathler had thrown at the wall, and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. Damn! The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Oh, this is a new track. Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was a place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor. Readied her rifle and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall. I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushinomiya family. Show yourself, golden witch Beatrice! The entrance hall was dimly lit, other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room. Everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies. So, you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem. Well, I bear the title of representative to the Ushinomiya family, and you who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushinomiya family are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let us settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushinomiya family? I, Ushinomiya Natsuhi, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Butterflies slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap, and the door was finally released. Go, Battler! For a second, I thought it was, Beatrice that went and go, and I'm like, that's an interesting call for a duel. At time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Mom! Mom! Jessica-chan, you mustn't run off by yourself! Wait, was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Aunt Natsuhi shoot? At who? The culprit! The noise had come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy, on the ground and bathed in light, arrayed in the beauty of that silence. Aunt Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On Aunt Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? Mom! Mom! If she shot herself in the forehead from close range with that gun, she would not have a head anymore. I don't get it. Why did Aunt Natsuhi run away alone? And why did she shoot herself through her own forehead? Yeah, because like the only way you could shoot yourself in the head and still have a head is if it's a small caliber rifle. And I mean, this is a very small hunting rifle, but it's still a hunting rifle. Or if you're a terrible shot, I mean, true. But if you manage to shoot yourself in the forehead, still. Plus, there should be gunpowder burns on her face if it was shot at close range. But I'm talking sense here, not story. I mean, we've seen what happens when you shoot yourself in the head with a shotgun. In Raging Loop, there was nothing left of Chiemi's head, and her brain matter was on the ceiling. So, you know, there should be quite a bit of gore if that's what happened. There's no letter here. Damn it, what did Aunt Natsuhi read, and why was she lured out here? I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Jessica Crumb? God. mother's corpse, crying earnestly. I didn't know. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with. So I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuki's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George Aniki, even in this situation, was calmly trying to figure something out. But that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. So, is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. Door to the Golden Land will finally open. On the night twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, the journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations! Congratulations! So, lead me. Lead me to the Golden Land you told me of. Right now! There. All of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So, in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it! What's so funny? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die until the night is over. No, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor. I'm definitely not going to die. Faith is a terrifying thing. Whether that's in religion, in magic, in whatever. Give it up, Adler. Guns are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter, because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock. Clock? Those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon, it will be 12 at night. In other words, 2400. When you think about it, isn't 2400 a strange time? It can't be called 24. Or sorry, it can't be called 24, and it can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. So imagine there was a hidden hour. Beatrice? Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness. Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Aniki stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. And the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. Gotta be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist because because this is a human world. You think I would accept something that's not human? I definitely won't. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around. Did I tell you it was meaningless? Mirror lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they? I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. Okay, Maria, calm the frick down. As the witches laughed, even the large clock in the dining hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed. Battler, George Nichon and Jessica. The journey has ended and the witch has revived. See? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and restore 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. And oh, there we go. The storm has passed, and the leaden clouds that had been enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, the sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard after the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children who were thought to have survived until the very end were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the imaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude the chances of the survival of the 18 were next to 0. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch? And how beautiful was the golden land? They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was guess what happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside was a thin, tightly wrapped notebook with fragments of letters. There was a tale that filled the mysterious riddles that had happened on October 4th. The incident was later called the 18 Killings of Rokinjimas. Lovers of the occult claimed it was the result of a ceremony and savagely embellished many parts of the tale. However, not all of these interpretations approached the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragments describe the incident, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was, according to the writer, her name was Ushinomiya Maria. Damn. Incidentally, as a result of all police investigation, part of Maria's body, her jaw, was found and identified thanks to police records. So it's probably fair to say this job was an extremely lucky find. And so let us conclude this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushinomiya left behind. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead. Although there may or may not be a corpse, you who read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. To this very day, the truth of the witch's legend serial murders has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch result. Speed reading skills required. Yep, I got most of it, I think. Damn, Osmodius, Beelzebub, Mammon, Belphegor, Lucifer, Leviathan. Missing on the 10th night. Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence? Oh, great, yeah. Couple cowards bow to the witch. The witch will praise the wise and should bestow 4 treasures to the Golden Land. George chose his lost fiancée. Jessica chose the boy she had liked and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. The winner is the Golden Witch. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle of gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, no one was left alive. Yeah! Chapter 1. The witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. Oh, you shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have. End of Ep 1? Yup, end of episode 1. We've still got a little bit of time. And since we're not playing, we've got Unite and Fight this week, let's go a little longer with our beloved Beatrice. What's Tea Party? I will find out in a second. I just had to fix my hair. It gets quite messy underneath, you know, all of this hair and the headphones. Tea Party shouldn't be too long. Ah, so it's this. Because I know at the end of Higurashi, at each chapter, there's, like, extra stuff. So it makes sense. Have you enjoyed your stay on Okinjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Purgatorio. I don't like this. I want out of here. Hey, congrats on finishing. Man, I still don't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. So just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending? The time runs out before the culprit gets exposed? He's looking right at us, right? Ugh, definitely a bad ending. Ugh. That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it. That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently. God. This reminds me of the frickin' Ciel Sensei segments at the end in Tsukihime when you get a bad ending, and they break the fourth wall just to tell the reader, I'm like, God, you're stupid. Why would you do that? Look, you can't tell us we made the wrong decisions when this game doesn't even have options. Or the hint corner in Raging Loop, yeah. It's very normal for visual novels to have these, but usually when they do, it's a visual novel that has choices. It's not like a kinetic visual novel where like literally nothing you do has any influence. You're just along for the ride. I wonder about that. Shannon-chan, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's get along and lick each other's wounds. Yeah, great. Battle, 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 battle. Okay. It's pretty funny when the game's as linear as it gets. Yeah. Battler's Kakyoin? Exactly. Look. Battler has the same voice actor as Jotaro. So it's a very appropriate meta joke. As a Kakyoin cosplayer, he could. Wait, really? Yeah. Battler's Japanese VA is Daisuke Ono. So it's Shizuo, it's Jotaro. Yeah, is that range? Oh yeah. I mean, Daisuke Ono was one of the #1 voice actors for a long time for a reason. He also voices one of the characters in Higurashi? That makes sense. It was that era where he was super popular. Most of the Umi characters have returned in VAs from Higurashi. That makes sense. Cause, is Rika voiced by Yui Horie? Cause that's Maria's VA. I can't remember. I know Rena is Mai Nakahara. Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the end. But she was killed right at the beginning, and on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed, right? That's the worst. That was my rule, so, there was no way around it. Mei-san, it's nothing for you to worry about. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end. It seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Jesus. Speaking of which, don't you think Kanon's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right? It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? Though in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in. You were still the first person to try and fight the witch. Still, I think Kanon-kun's death was a big hint. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear. That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious. So it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Kanon. Ugh! I said it was Beatrice from the beginning over and over. Ugh! I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was the witch calling herself Beatrice. That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do. Only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Ava in that closed room. A human couldn't do it. What are you talking about? Even a human can shoot a crossbow through a door crack. Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch. Like I keep saying, Beatrice exists. Not now, Maria. Drink your tea. It all went bad because no one ever believed. Ugh. Even one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. She has friends? That's right. Beatrice Sama is generous to those who respect her. Seems to me that Maria Sama was never a target of Beatrice's wrath up to the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another. While Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning. But if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right? Beatrice Sama probably had her reasons. If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice Sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. He must have simply been designated to be one of those. Shanan-chan, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty. Well, it's not like it hurt. Anyway. It's like, yeah, my entire head was smashed in. I literally did not realize what happened. Moving on. Anyway, right now, I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. This reminds me of those, like, after AUs. Where people are like, what if this entire thing was just a show? It was post-mortem, wasn't it? For some of them, I think it was, but I mean... Smashing in the head is, like, one of the quickest and easiest ways to kill someone without them knowing what happened and feeling any pain, because you destroy the brain. I mean, they still could have been killed with a blow to the head, and then they just smashed the heads in to disguise, the method? Because that whole theory about people, still technically live for a few seconds after being beheaded is because the brain still has blood and oxygen for the time being. So if you want there to be absolutely no, like, conscious knowledge that you're dead, you destroy the brain. Poison is a very painful way to go. But yeah. I mean, he's not a coroner, so there was no way, But... There was blood all over the parlor, though. And that was the thing, right? There was blood all over the parlor, so even if they smashed the heads in there was a lot of blood for one reason or another in that place. And you don't die instantly when you get poisoned. Maybe if you coughed up blood? Possible, but here's the thing. if you're being poisoned enough and you're coughing up blood, you thrash around. They would have fallen off their chairs, probably knocked stuff over. And I mean, the culprit did have time to set the place straight. But the fact that there was no signs of any struggle is what makes me go, I don't know about poison. Because poison is an extremely painful way to go. It's not quick. It's not painless. Yeah, because even the poisons that are quick acting and kill you very quickly, like arsenic, you're still in a shit ton of pain. So yeah, like you fall, like for example, say there was poison in the arsenic in the food and they ate it and they fell forward into the table. They would have knocked like cups onto the floor and smashed and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah, the culprit sort of had time to clean everything up, but like, that's why I'm like, it could have been poison, like I said. Like, there is still a possibility that it's poison, not to discount it. It's just the fact that the room was so clean apart from all of the blood. I'm like, they had to kill 6 people with poison and then drag the bodies gosh knows where. And then clean the place up so it doesn't look like anything weird happened. Even if it was sleeping pills, some hijinks could have happened. That's the thing, right? Sleeping pills takes metabolism into effect too. And Klaus was a big guy. Gojo as well. But yeah. At some point, it will probably be explained. I thought the stream was just starting. No, we finished chapter 1. This is like the post. This is the tea party. Oops. It feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure this story would fit into the standard mystery genre. I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy. After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's minds? It sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me. Ugh. It's not fantasy! Beatrice exists, girl. Yes, we understand. Beatrice Selma does exist. That's right. Beatrice Selma does exist. Please stop putting exist in quotation marks, because clearly she does not actually exist. Hate to admit it, but I've got no choice, because it's obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved. Many things happen that'd be impossible for humans. During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways. But now I can say it for sure. Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide. The culprit was a witch? That point's perfectly clear. It is not. Long live Beatrice, don't say that. Everyone believed! I'm so glad. Closet witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them. But I think they must be affectionate to those who believe and respect them. No. I read stuff, I read the line, God's affectionate to people who respect them, and flashed back to everything in the Old Testament, and, all the Greek gods and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that's a lie. I think you're right. No. So this murder case game is finally over. It is not. Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right? Greek gods be like... Yeah, like, we've got shit like, demigod steals fire because he feels bad about the humans suffering in the cold, and they're like... And the gods are like, that's fucked up! We wanted the people to suffer. Therefore, you will get your liver eaten out by a bird every single day for the rest of eternity. Like, damn, bruh. Ugh, I agree. Beatrice will definitely be happy. Everyone ignored that letter during the story. Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama. I got the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it. The story probably went wrong ever since that time. That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said. Well, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go, let's try solving the riddle. There's something like, behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Maria put her notebook on the table and opened the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Hold on a second, you guys. But Badler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun? Like, yeah, what's wrong with you, buddy? Party pooper Badler confirmed? Whatever, man. He's valid. Oops, sorry. Bumped my mic. I was trying to adjust myself sitting. I've been listening to you guys for a while, but... Murasame! Thank you for the raid! Hello, everybody. I'm gonna snooze the ads as we just got a raid. Hello! Welcome in, everybody. Hope you've been doing well. Final Fantasy 14 stream. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. We are just at the end of chapter 1 of UMINEKO. We literally finished chapter 1. This is like the tea party segment at the end where they pretend like nothing horrible ever happened. I hope everyone's well. If you got a raid and run, totally understandable. If not, hope you stick around for a little bit as we wrap things up. But why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all this? Don't you realize something like this can't exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Kanon, and Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Badler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Badler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. Because isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? That's right, that's right. None of these cases would have been possible for a human. That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? Just because you're not smart enough to figure it out doesn't mean it was magical. Tisk, 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 tisk. I don't understand what you're saying, Butler-sama. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right? Then... What about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half of my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? Smashing your face in? That's where you have disbelief. That is the most likely thing a human could have done out of all of the possible crimes. You gotta be kidding me. Well, it's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Literally. Like, we're not gonna go for the, like, well, how did they overpower? Like, 6 grown adults. How did they, like, manage to kill Ava from, like, lying in her bed from a doorway that couldn't be opened? We're gonna go with, well, how did they smash half my head in? That's not humanly possible. You gotta be kidding me. Like I said, just because you're not smart enough to figure out how something was done doesn't mean it's improbable. Like, I couldn't figure out like, if you gave me the formula for calculating how much rocket fuel is needed to get an aircraft up into space, I wouldn't be able to figure it out. Doesn't mean it's not possible. I don't really know how all the parts in a computer work, but if you gave me detailed instructions on how to build a PC, I could probably pull it off without even knowing how it works. Like, weird tools like a hammer? Right? Literally. Ara ara. Harara mama shanan-chan baka desu ne. Even us being able to hear you across vast distances, yeah. Ah, you dear dumb children. Let's just say they use some electrical tools like a grinder or an electrical saw. This is the second you come back to me talking about rocket fuel. Yeah, sufficiently high technology is indistinguishable from magic, yeah. I mean, yes, there could be a small supernatural component to all of this. But just because you can't solve the crime doesn't mean, you know, a witch did it. Talking about the redeem? You really hated when I ada. And Battler, how do you explain grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room? We went over this! He left himself! Even though the door was sealed, grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right? We talked about that during the story, too. It's not impossible that grandfather used some trick to fool the receipts. It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and Aunt Nazuhi locked the window from the inside. Bro just went whee! I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic. That makes sense, but... Someone save these children from themselves. In that case, Spatterkun. How do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? The door was sealed by the lock and the chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. Back to sleep? Going in the hair? Okay, have a good sleep. How do you think a human could have killed my parents? Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyway, there's at least a good chance that the culprit had a key. And it was possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. I know this is a stretch, but it's possible that some device was used through the crack. Like, maybe they stuck something through it? Well, even though a door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. Still, there's probably some trick they could have used. If you brought some closed room, if you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that fit perfectly. George clearly believes that adjusting his glasses makes him more intelligent. Literally, George, please. Anyway, I can't think of one right now, but I claim that there's nothing humans can't do if they try hard enough. Isn't that argument horribly irrational? Why? Just because you personally can't achieve something doesn't mean it's not possible. It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something even though you can't explain how. Why is that ridiculous? Why did all of you stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that? Battler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. Also, it is incorrect to assume that witches aren't humans. Most media considers witches as humans with magical power, not an entirely separate species. So even if a human can use magic, they are still human. It is factually incorrect to keep saying that a human couldn't do this if witches are humans. Now, if you start saying something like only a demon, a supernatural being could have done this, sure. But if it looks like a human, walks like a human, talks like a human, there's a pretty strong chance it's a human. And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? All cold cases are done by witches. If you can't figure out who killed the person, it has to be a witch. By this logic. I made the same argument as Battler. I am just Battler. Frick my life. With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit. Battler, you're sidestepping the issue and you aren't explaining anything. We are saying a human couldn't have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human. And that something is a witch. And yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible, even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages, like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said the earth couldn't be spinning, even though they couldn't explain why. That kind of argument pisses me off. So this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, then I must accept that the culprit is a witch? It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We were just wondering on what basis you could say such nonsense. Literally, you are forcing him. Nonsense? Have I really been saying something that weird? Am I the only one who's crazy? You guys are really starting to freak me out. Battler-sama, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the location of the 18 were well known. Even so, I was killed by a 19th person that you didn't know that could have been hiding on the island. Come on. We talked about that in the story as well, right? Kumasawa Boss-chan, for example, she said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure. Hi, Zexu! For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap, one that might have been set up to hit you with those ice picks. After all, the stinker grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Kanakon's death to create an alibi. You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be? That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room. But we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we? That is correct. Battler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with? Well, I don't know that. But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone's lying. Or what about this? Kanon-kun, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the closed rooms themselves and were only pretending to be dead. Battler, has your head been, feeling okay? Should I bring some cold drinks? Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick. Poor Battler. Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery stories to have one of the victims just be playing dead? Mm-hmm. Yep, could have been Kanon? Well, and here's the thing, right? Because, yeah, he pulled the stake out himself. And, like, they say he died, but not everyone was with him when he died. It was just Nanjo, Jessica, and maybe? No, Natsuhi didn't go with them. Natsuhi was with Battler. For if that's the case, just 2 people were quote-unquote with him when he died. So. And anyone who had their faces smashed in could technically have been faking it. Because it's a classic trick to dress up, like kill someone, do something to make them unrecognizable, and then rely on dressing them up in someone else's clothes or like using some kind of jewelry to fake that like it's them. Like there's one mystery novel I read recently, like a couple months ago. It was actually by the author of another, and basically this dude ended up faking his death because he murdered his friend and he cut off his finger to you, like that has like his very distinct engagement ring on it, and he burned his friend's body in the incinerator, and he left the severed finger in the room of the incinerator, so people naturally made the assumption that the body inside the incinerator had to be his, and he lived assuming his friend's identity for like many years. And because like his friend was an eccentric who wore a mask and like wore gloves and stuff like that, no one thought anything was weird. So yeah, that's why it's like the polydactyl bit for like, you know, Gramps being in the incinerator, using that as an identifier is a little more reliable that way. But yeah, everyone else, like if you smash in half a person's face, you make it half as less likely to be able to accurately identify them. Because like I had mentioned earlier, everyone says I look a lot like Mama Amelis, but according to Mama Amelis, the bottom half of my face is my dad's. So what would happen if you got rid of one of my eyes? Would I still look like myself? Like if you got rid of half of my nose and stuff? Would you still be able to figure out it was 100% me? Or could you have just used someone who, like a cousin of mine who sort of looked like me, and smashed their face in? If me and Mama Amelis had it close enough the same body type, couldn't you pass my body off as Mama Amelis's? Stuff like that? It does make it a lot harder because you need to find a convincing lookalike. Yes, that's true. But if all you need is part of the face to match up, and everyone's imagination fills in the blanks because of the clothes, then it's not as hard. Especially since most people aren't gonna try and look too closely at that kind of gruesome a scene. It just needs to be close enough. Because, for example, one of the bodies in the shed could technically have been grandfather's, and it was Rudolph or Klaus in the incinerator. Because if the polydactyl is hereditary, they might have also had extra toes. But Badler might not know that his dad had extra toes, and neither would Natsuhi, so... A classic trick. In other words, when Kanon-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were. And let's assume that Kumasawa Bachan wasn't lying. But that's only counting the survivors. What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them, and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained. I feel like the game is just straight up giving us the answers here. I'm like, yeah, that is the most likely solution. The question is, who? It would have to be one of the original 6. Unless they manage to assume someone's identity very convincingly, it had to be one of the original 6 that died. And or a grandfather, because, like, you know, he was missing for a good chunk of the story. And no one really realized that because he always locks himself in his room. Huh? Are you trying to say that Aunt Ava or one of the others was the culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all their deaths as a doctor? I mean, he confirmed that the bodies were dead, but you couldn't identify all of the bodies. That's right. Dr. Nanjo checked all the victims. Bather-sama, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have had to be one of the culprits too? Important distinction? Yup. For better or for worse, like, you had 6 dead bodies, but if you did have a way to properly identify the bodies, then yeah. Putting full faith in doctors on mysteries is a bad idea. I learned that from Danganronpa, yeah. That is exactly the thing, right? Just because the bodies are dead doesn't mean it's that person. Because with the heads destroyed, the only way to identify the bodies would have been fingerprinting, which obviously they did have access to on the island. They don't have records of everyone's fingerprints. And dental records for the people who partially had their faces in could have been used, but again, they don't have those on the island, so... I think they were saying someone with their head smashed in was pretending? Yeah, because if it was... That's what I was saying. If someone, dressed up, killed someone and dressed up the body to be able to say it was them, then, you know. But it takes time they didn't have. Yeah, well, you also need something to compare the fingerprints to. But yeah, like, Shannon and Kanon have similar faces, so they could reasonably take each other's places in those situations. So, you know, Shannon kills Kanon, smashes in half of his face, dresses him up in her outfit with the ring, and, like, parades around as Kanon for the time being. Like, that's possible. Because let me tell you about the miracles of compression garments. Or cosplay. She may have big booba, but you could definitely hide those. Assuming those are her real booba and she's not just padding up her dress or something. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits, it faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. Does it, though? That'd be diabolical. What, pretending to be Kanon? Yeah. But it's plausible. Because literally when I first saw them, I thought they were like blood siblings. So you were talking about it's hard to find a lookalike. Well, if Shannon and or Kanon is the culprit, I'm like, well, here you are. Here's your lookalike. Who trusts you implicitly and would be completely let their guard down and might even help you drag all the bodies to the shed because they love you like family. Or Shannon using pads. Yeah. There's a lot of possibilities. What you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it? But Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right? I mean, sometimes people kill their accomplices. It happens. About that. That's right, Dr. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any time to spare to check to see if he still had a pulse. True, and he only took like an arrow to the knee. Happens a lot in Danganronpa where like the bot. Yeah. I mean, we've played 2 out of 3 Danganronpas at this point, where we're making our way through the 3rd, so I'm like, yeah. Never trust that anyone's dead. With this theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. No, that definitely means it's one of you 6. After all, the shutter was closed and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. That's right. Mom was holding on to that key. So was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait a sec. Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Anagi's parents, the door was only locked on the outside. So they could have opened it from the inside. That's right. After they left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. Is that too much of a stretch? Sorta? I feel like you're kind of on the right track, Battler, but you're also barking up the wrong tree. Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses? Also a possibility. Look, he said it himself, right? He said that there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. If you disguise it well enough or prepare to substitute the body, you could fake your own death. Let's leave the method or trick they used for it later. And you see, it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right? Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible. I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives? That's not it. It's just... I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed, and even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation at the very end, after everything else has been disproved. I mean, that is the scientific way. There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents? Kanan-kun, don't you want to revenge Shanan-chan? Shanan-chan, shouldn't you at least want to know who it was that killed you? Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you? Foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others. I might be dumb. You're not dumb. Never call yourself dumb. You were just mistaken. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Battler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean. I imagine you'll say, I just can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. You guys are literally also using an abstract concept to run away. Just because something can't be explained doesn't mean you can default. Like, how does the witch do it with her magic powers? Yeah, great. Give us details. What I really want to know, Battler, is this. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe? Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gaze is quietly closed in around Battler. But they didn't reach his stubborn heart. You realize that you're acting like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right? Maria also acts like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum when people say witches aren't, Beatrice isn't real. You're all technically children except for George. Battler-sama, I understand your feelings, but Beatrice does exist. Battler-kun? Why don't you believe? Even though there's so much proof. What proof? An unexplainable crime ain't proof of shit. I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it. Does that mean that if we don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. All of this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right? Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone will believe no matter what, Battler. If a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. Good, you don't deserve anything, Maria. So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the magic won't be completed. Heh, now I see. I finally figured it out. So, in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth. Is that what this is all about? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I kept going on about this, but what you're doing is all useless. Bleh, sorry I had to sneeze. And then blow my nose. I refuse. You guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless. Why? Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time? Yeah! More money in the bank account! If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. And it's not the indirect way of saying it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave. You said that even if one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Even if I alone don't believe. So any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. I mean, he's right. The whole point of a miracle is that it's an unexplainable thing. Like, even when no one believed Jesus was the Son of God, he could perform his miracles. He didn't need people to believe he was the Son of God to do all the stuff he did. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Kanan and Maria, he noticed that they had gone respectfully silent. Yep, I figured. Beatrice? How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time. Who are you? Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? How amusing indeed. She's got a cute little fang. This is Beatrice Sama, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. It's an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice Sama. Please forgive Battler comes ranting. This guy's just stubborn and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with backbone such as yourself every once in a while. It is quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler. Huh. How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, that a 19th person is the culprit? This is starting to get interesting. And it's all useless. Oh, Sayaka Ohara. Yeah, I know who she is. Yeah, that's Erza and Code Geass. Or, sorry, Fairy Tail. She does have a sort of deeper husky voice, so. Ah, she's Iris in Fate Zero. Very nice. must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the Witch Beatrice. And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of half-existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe, too. Warewa and sonata? That's just like extremely formal speech. It's not so much archaic as just very formal. Warewa is what royalty uses. I have definitely heard grandmas in anime say sonata. Can't exist because I don't believe in you. Isn't that right? Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. I've got no clue what you're saying. Everyone who doesn't believe in witches has a witch-denying power. Wonderful. Does that mean if I stop believing in my debt, it'll stop existing? If all the moonbeams are like, Diana has no debt bank, does that mean the bank has to forgive my debt? It's very kind of you to go to the trouble of showing yourself to us. But I don't believe you exist in the slightest. It's true that many strange things happen during these 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think if all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. I'm different for the rest of them. Got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. This keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. She's into him, guys. I'd love to try making a man like you kiss my toes. Yup, she's into him. You want to talk nonsense? Talk all you want. I ain't into that shit. I deny you exist. I'll explain all these events with humans and tricks. There's no room for even one speck of magic or witches. Wonderful. What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Then let me ask you. A short while ago, you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Ava and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Does that mean this is the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit? Interesting. With a shake of her golden pipe, the gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. The door in front of them, slightly open, but secured by the chain, was... That's right. It's the door to the room where Ava and Hideyoshi were killed. Nice trick. Very well. Show me what you would do through this small crack, Battler. They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks. They used that. How would they reach over on the bed when you can't see that far through this crack? And how would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut? Damn. There's a crack. There should be some way. If you can't think of one, allow me. Oh? How would a witch do it? Come on, let's see your little trick. Battler, you're being rude to Beatrice. Shut up, Maria. How nice, how nice. What a charming man. That will make it even more fun to force him into submission. You really want to make me kiss your toes that much? Only if I surrender. But watch. I'll definitely expose this trick and then make you kiss my ass instead. Now that's weird. What a delightful man. I'll remember that promise. Weak witches kiss the behind of demons to gain power, because there's no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. Really? It's kissing their butt? That's the most humiliating thing? Get a room, you two? Literally is. Like, why are y'all flirting? They both really into this. You know that meme that was like, and they were both bottoms? In this case, they were both tops. Hey, no mind battlers, worthless ranting Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, the golden pipe was her precious magic cane. Come, arise, children. I am the guide of purgatory. Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. Beelzebub and Asmodeus. Come, forgive the sins. Release the spirits of the sinners. What? Picks of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 sticks of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door, like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making it sound like a woodpecker. And at the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. You love the internal lore of the Tea Party, but people that dived right into the sequel must have been so confused. True. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood, and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of 2 picks burying themselves deep into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right down the middle. Want to see? Definitely heard the 2 sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it, since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and this second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time. With the exact same blood spray as before. You moron? That's insane! You think you could just kill them just like that? I can kill them. Kill them just like this. So she really is an archer. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly. But Kanan was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. Excuse me? What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Oh, well, that's nice of her. She just killed him again. Satan's stake was buried deep in Kanon's chest. Kanon-kun! Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Sean, and everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher. Y'all need help. Kanan was just captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. Right-sama. Please forgive him. I think Kanan-kun has repented enough. Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me. Don't screw with me! Do you think I'll accept your existence because of this cheap act? Like hell you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000-year-old, they're just the sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery genre. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All of the crimes can be explained with humans and tricks. You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of humans? Literally. You do not dress like from your time period, so you know. That's one thing that's at odds with your existence. Also, nail polish did not exist 1,000 years ago. Not at least to the point you could get that much of a crimson red. Good. That is precisely why I've taken a liking to you. Unless magic? That's like transfiguration, though. Which she's never been known to have. Literally, her quote-unquote magics thus far is just psychokinesis. She can just make shit fly around. And that is a trick humans have pulled off for a long, long time. Cut it out, Battler-kun. You can't go against the witch. Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache, but apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. Well, this is a little fucked up tea party. Fingers were pressing in against her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body. Shannon! Hang in there! What's going on? It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then, the stupid dunce Battler finally realized. Please believe in Beatrice, I beg you. The magic is dissolving. For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Jesus. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. can marry his child bride? She's not a child, though. Shana? She's like 18, isn't she? She's 16. Technically, that's of legal age in Japan, so, you know. He is 23. Yeah. And they've known each other since they were both little children. It ain't that weird. Apparently she faked her age. Wiki says she's older. That's unsurprising. It's messed up regardless with the whole furniture thing. Yeah, that's a self-imposed thing, though. That's not George making her believe she's furniture. She's done that to herself, or it was something they were taught at the Fukuin house. I mean, yeah, technically being 16 is still a child, though calling her a child bride is quite a strong term, because usually we use that to describe, you know, someone much, much older marrying the person. Because I don't know in Japan, but there's like that whole Romeo and Juliet law that's like says it's not illegal if the relationship started when they were both minors, something like that. We have that in the States too, yeah. Don't humiliate the dead, yeah. This is kind of... Yikes! Dating for several years? Okay. But how old was he at that point? You know someone since they were a child, and you are 5 years older than them. It's not bad. Y'all think too much in black and white. There's some real-ass criminals out there going after actual children, and you guys are splitting hairs over an 18-year-old dating a 14-year-old. It's a 7-year difference, and my parents are 15 years apart. What's your point? And that's assuming she is actually 16 years old and she's not actually older. But they started dating when she was, like, quote-unquote dating? Yeah, there we go. Either way. Missed me with the child bride comment. Because that implies some much more fucked up shit than what actually happened. At least thus far. I could be proven wrong. We've got actual rapists raping children, and we're splitting hairs over a 7-year age difference. Miss me with that. There's like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It's spread out and extended across his entire body. as it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Yay! Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Oof. Poor girl. What did Aniki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it! Battler, don't let the witch break your spirit. Deny her, erase her. As long as at least one person denies her, she's an illusion that can't exist. Okay, Jessica? Aniki? George was no longer recognizable as a human. Oh, yikes. It looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat had been scraped off. Oof. Damn, that's a description. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Ugh. Battler? Quickly, believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve. Maria, it's all over your body too. Well, yeah. Maria really thought she'd be spared. I revive all the dead with my magic, but as long as you don't believe, the magic will hold no true power. But I'm sure a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right? Battler! We didn't want to doubt our friends. We refused to face reality and gave in to the witch. But Battler, you won't give in to the witch. Oof. What a bad time. Just like George, he ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart. Battler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over. So there's nothing to be sad about. So even if we die, we're just fine. The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish Battler watched and screamed. I won't forgive you. I won't forgive you. A witch? Magic? I'll risk my body and soul to deny you. What a bop? Literally. Except now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive you. I won't forgive you. I definitely won't forgive you. I regret making me pushing on me a Battler, your enemy. Hey! That's why you Battler. Fighting fate. I get it now. I'll deny you no matter what. No matter how badly you get, it can all be explained by you. I'll erase every cell of you from this world. Well said, Battler, was it? That's just the thing diverted me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with humans and tricks. You learn how lowly humans are. Let's see if what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. What will make forcing you to submit so pleasant? So tell me, you who call yourself Battler,
what about Gertia's letter? How the 6 were killed? The shutter. The receipts sealed. The closed room with the chain. Kanon in the boiler room. Genji and the others in the lounge. Nothing inside. The riddle of the epitaph. The location of the hidden gold. Yes, Becca. Why don't you show me the power of humans?
These poor guys. Is this still the tea room? It is indeed still the tea room. Though it just finished up, it looks like. Who was it that said the tea room should be quick? That was a whole hour and a half.
Great cliffhanger though.
That was great. Well worth. But oops, watch along starts in 20 minutes. That's fine. Whatever.
So,
From murder to murder on the court. Ah, yes, Penance. With the dude who literally beats the shit out of people. Who dies. Gotta grab food quick. I have leftover pizza in the fridge that I could just eat, so I'll be fine. Yeah, let's go. Addition of new elements. Y'all need to slow down with adding new stuff, game. Oh no, not again, right? We gotta stop though. Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. Oh no, it's the witch's tea party. All right, next time. Next time, we can't. We've literally gone so long, it's time to call it. It's been 6 hours, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Was this episode 2? We played episode 1, but yeah, apparently they're adding a whole bunch of well, whatever. All right. Let me quickly find someone for us to raid. Lots of people played Zeldas lately. Amalia's played Wind Waker, so that sounds good to me. Beautiful. All right. Usually Mondays are off, but because of United Fight, I'm streaming. I should be streaming on Monday. Oh my god. It's quote-unquote Wind Waker, but it's a mod, so, Lake is Sans? Hilarious. Alright, so I will see you guys tomorrow then. So here is Raid. Here is Discord. For anyone who wants to keep up when we are not streaming. But for now, that is gonna be it for me. So, those of y'all who want to come along for the watch along, see you in a bit. Otherwise, that will be it from me. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Until next time, take care of yourself, wash your face, brush your teeth, eat a good food, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.